Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Murph Plays Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes for Nintendo Gamecube. This is our second session on this game, and last time we had a crash a few minutes in, so I'm hoping that won't be the case this time. We did get as far as the ninja fight, though. So for those of you who are familiar with the Metal Gear series, Snake must try to rescue the Metal Gear chief engineer, Dr. Hal Emmerich, to find out how to stop the nuclear launch. Floors with high voltage electric currents block his way in the nuclear warhead storage building's second floor basement. But with Deep Throat's advice, Snake destroys the electrical panel with a remote-controlled missile. Snake heads for the northeast section of the nuclear warhead storage building second floor basement, where he witnesses a bunch of dudes just get absolutely wrecked. I mean, look at it. It's a freaking bloodbath here. Now, if we go through that door, we will confront the ninja. So we're going to go the other way, for now. Why? Because I want to go the other way. I have some exploring I would like to do. Full grenades. C4. Ooh, C4. Nikita's full. There's that electrical panel. To run out of air. Okay. Rations are full. What is he doing, you're probably wondering. Screwing around. I mean, I've beaten this game so many times that I'm not in a real rush to finish the game for any reason, because we're just using it as a break from Metroid this week. We have the bandana, we have the stealth gear. Oh. He didn't even get his bathroom break. By the way, through this door is the fight with Psycho Mantis. That's a fun fight. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, there we go. Oh. There we go. Apparently taking a break to blow my nose caused the video to freeze. I think I just need a higher quality video capture card. I'm just gonna put you in here. Seems like a good spot for him. I know, it was so shocking. He collapsed completely on his own. No idea what happened. So I was looking at reviews for this game, and most of the reviews that I saw for this game were, you know, pretty positive. But I saw a couple of reviews that made no sense to me. I don't know what game they were playing. But somehow this game did not live up to their expectations. Though I don't know what they were expecting. As far as I can tell, this is a generally well-liked game. Like, I get if it's not for everybody, but the people who it's not, you know, not for, they generally know, okay, that's not a game for me. I'm not into the sneaking around, you know, soldier behind enemy lines scenario sort of games. Like, that's not what I'm about. I don't play Splinter Cell, that kind of thing. But these reviewers that I saw, they seem to actually be familiar with the series, you know, familiar with games in general. And yet they were still somehow displeased with this one. And I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out what their issue was, because they're like, oh, it's glitchy. Where? Where are the... What? After 8 hours, there's really not much left to do. Okay, well, I can understand if you can get through the story in 8 hours and you feel like there should have been more to it. You're failing to grasp one of the key concepts of video games, and that's that they just kind of let you do whatever you want, you know? If you unlock the bonuses in this game, you can be invisible and have infinite ammo. Go crazy. And I'm sorry, when you have infinite C4 and you're running out of stuff to do, you're not doing it right. You're not. You're just not doing it right. I'm sorry. I can't agree with you. I can't see eye to eye on that topic. There's a fundamental flaw in your logic. From my perspective, anyway. Like, this is a wonderful game. The plot is weird. Yes, it has some issues. I do have some issues with the plot, but those issues have been, you know, there since the first Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation. And honestly, it's just how much over the top campiness can they possibly, you know, dish out with a straight face. Psycho Mantis, very over the top. Very over the top character. Even Revolver Ocelot who comes back in the third one. I think he made an appearance in the second one. I can't remember. Oh my god, it's been too long since I played the second one. I can't remember if Revolver Ocelot made another appearance, but I think he did. But yeah. He's a super over-the-top character. How's he go from being a Russian soldier to dressing like a freaking cowboy all the time? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Because in this one, he looks like he walked off the set of friggin' Unforgiven or something. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we're not even going to get into Raiden's story arc. Like that. That guy gets turned into a cyborg. And really the only part of him that's still recognizable as human is like the top half of his face. Not even really his head, because I'm pretty sure that hair is cybernetic too. But like everything else is robot, and then you have like the top of his face. Still the same guy though, apparently. I also have to question why they brought him in on the second one.
Unless you maneuver a remote-controlled missile, the faster it will fly. Remember this if you want to fire the missile.
That's cool, but
Snake, your
there we go.
strength has increased again.
Now this is the stuff legends are made of.
They're going to get annoyed though after a while. If you do the pull-ups too much, they get annoyed with you. It's funny. They're like, you can seriously overdo it, man. Like, now you're just screwing around. We have other things to do. Kind of on a clock here, guys. Kind of on a clock. What are you doing? Why are you still doing pull-ups? They're going to launch a nuke. We are hours away. You know what I've never done? Is just screwed around to see how long it takes for the timer to run out and for them to just launch a nuke. And I've always wondered if that's a thing they put in the game. Because in Metal Gear Solid 3, you can literally run out the time on one of the boss fights. Where you could just wait for him to die of old age. Not even kidding. Some people recommend just, save your game at that boss fight. Move the system clock ahead by like 2 weeks or something like that, or 2 years or whatever. And then load up your save. Dude'll be dead. Which I find is kind of cheating. I've beaten him the normal way without having to resort to messing with the system clock, without having to wait for him to die of old age. But, like, this is notoriously a game series that does crazy stuff like that. Like, Meryl's codec frequency being on the box rather than actually anywhere in the game for you to discover. Unless you want to go through it individually, one by one. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And it's those subtle little details that are actually kind of interesting. And I wish more games did stuff like that. Where it kind of, you know, it's a little fourth wall breaking. It's a little meta. Like the fight with Psycho Mantis. While he is an over-the-top character, absolutely campy, his fight is so cool because, particularly with the GameCube version, he will make notes of what your save card has on it. Like if you've played Eternal Darkness, The Legend of Zelda, or Super Mario Sunshine, he'll have a little something to say about something like that. If you haven't saved very often, he'll say something along the lines of you're reckless and bold, and you know, if you've saved a lot, he'll say you're very cautious. And then during the fight, and they used a lot of the same tricks in Eternal Darkness. If you haven't seen my playthrough on Eternal Darkness, you can find those videos on my YouTube channel. A bit of a shameless self-plug there. But during that game, if you go crazy, let your sanity meter dip too low, you start to experience some weird effects. And some of those effects are the same effects that you will experience during the Psycho Mantis fight. Such as the game being muted and things like that. And the way that you fight him, the way that you beat Psycho Mantis, spoiler warning, spoiler alert, you have to plug your controller into an alternate port. Otherwise, he'll be able to tell what you're doing. If you plug your controller into another port, he can't read your mind because, you know, he's reading the wrong controller port. I can't remember if there's a grip level 4 or not, but at some point I think they yell at me over the codec anyway. Plus, we got time to kill. I hopped on early to just have my stream going for a bit, give people a chance to get in here if they want to see the ninja fight. We haven't fought him yet, but we will. Our grip level really won't come into play as any kind of factor until after the ninja fight, and probably even later. I can't remember how far we have to go before we're rappelling down the side of the building, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen until quite a bit later. I usually like to have my grip level maxed out by the time I get that far. It helps a little bit there. You have a bit more time to rappel down and Uh-oh, what happened? Thankfully, it was just the... just the card being weird. Like I said, I think I might need a new capture card for my GameCube. It still works as good as it did when I first got it, which is to say, it's fine. It's just if I look at it funny, sneeze in its general direction, or happen to think about brushing anything nearby it at all, the video will freeze. I'm not sure if it's a static issue, like a static charge issue. It does not seem to be a USB port connection issue. Because the thing sits in the USB port fairly snug. Because, yeah, it's just a little USB port dongle thing. Seems to have a pretty good connection. It's not loose, doesn't jiggle around a whole lot. It's, but, like, I can literally freeze the video just by gently touching it. See, now it's frozen. Like, I didn't jiggle it or anything. I just very lightly grazed it with the very tip of my finger on its outer casing. So that time I unplugged it, but I was getting some staticky noise, so... yeah, I'm thinking it's just a static charge issue. I'm not sure how I would go about fixing that, though. I'd probably have to see if I have, like, one of those anti-static bags that computer parts occasionally arrive in. And, like, make some sort of case or sleeve. But I don't want to block the vent holes because it gets kind of warm. And it's got vent holes, like, all over it. Like, the darn thing is Swiss cheese, basically. From venting. But I feel like some kind of anti-static sleeve may help with some of the issues. Or it just may make it permanently unreadable. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But at some point, I want to get a better capture card. I would prefer something that I can mount internally inside of my tower. I think I have... yeah, I still have a couple of like PCI Express ports and stuff available that I can plug some stuff into. So I'd like to get like an Elgato or something. But a little on the expensive side for what it is that they're due and what it, you know, how much better it would be. Not saying it's not worth it, but it's not a priority currently, is where I'm at, you know? I'll be making upgrades as time goes by and as this, channel gets to be more popular and more interesting to people. Right now I have basically my 2 regulars that show up pretty consistently, and then every once in a while I'll have a rando or 2 show up and stop in and say hi. I appreciate all my viewers. I may not always be doing something interesting, but I appreciate people stopping by, saying hi. Dropping a follow if they like what they see. And at some point, there will be other new content. Beyond the playing video games and coding sessions and even my weird podcast with my friend Zeph. I just have to get to a stage where I'm comfortable presenting those. And I feel like I'm still finding my presentation style. Like with the video games and whatnot. The layout you're seeing on the screen right now, very basic. But this is actually new. Previously, I had a different backdrop, centered gameplay video. If I played a Switch game or captured desktop, it took up the whole screen. There was no chat display. Chat display is definitely new. But I got tired of trying to remember to read everybody's chat statements for the archived video when it gets transferred over to YouTube, because once it goes to YouTube, you don't have the chat anymore, and I don't even think you have the chat on the VOD, which is too bad, because people ask some weird stuff, say some weird things, and well, it's fun to see that stuff sometimes. So now I've got that right there on the screen for you. No matter what platform you're watching this on, you'll get to see when people type in questions or any weird stuff right there on the screen. It's not exactly how I wanted it, though. I was kind of hoping to do like a transparent chat. I've seen that on other people's channels, so I know it's a thing. I just don't know if I need like some plugins or something, or if there's a way I go about doing that. I have to do more research on that. I may have to go to Streamlabs or Steamlabs OBS, and I don't want to do that. I looked at their version of OBS, and I was not impressed. I actually liked the regular OBS better. You might be thinking, well, it's no different, or the other one's easier. For the setup that I've got going on, for the setup that I'm rocking here, the way that I have my scenes and sources and all that arranged, nah, bro, nah. Old school, old-fashioned OBS. That's where it's at.
Snake, you've got to rescue Dr. Emmerich, the Metal Gear engineer.
He's probably being held prisoner in the second-floor basement of the Warhead storage building.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
Sure. I'm thinking there is no level 4. Either that or it just takes a really long time to get to level 4. I could have sworn there was a grip level 4, though. Well, let's just ask. Ask the internet. Metal Gear Solid. Twin Snakes. Grip level. It seems level 3 is the highest it goes, according to at least that one. Yep, apparently level 3 is as high as it goes. Alright, so let's go play around some more elsewhere. What's funny is there are no bad guys. But now there will be a bad guy. Like, where does this guy come from?
Is this all there is to load? To the heliport, huh?
And now we're at the heliport. Beef jerky. Don't mind me just having a bit of a snack.
Nothing here.
That's a radio guy. He's expected to check in.
Nothing here.
Oh, he didn't hear me. Can have loads of fun with these guys when you got stealth. Stun grenade. Am I full on stun grenades now? Yes. Yes, I am. Alright. I want to see if I can find some more C4 and some more claymores, though. I can probably find C4. Claymores might be tricky.
Nothing here.
Tricky, but not impossible.
Nothing here.
That doesn't strike you as odd that the elevator just rolls up and stops and doors close without anyone getting in? And it selects a totally different floor? Now through there is the torture chamber. You might be thinking, torture chamber, what? In which case, you've never played this game, clearly. But yeah. At some point, you'll have to attempt to resist torture in order to save Meryl's life. Totally just dropped that dude in a hole. Jesus, is he running? C4 is full. Alright, but now that there's no guards patrolling the area, let me show you how we can do claymores. Is it cheaty? Eh, maybe. But we use the infinite bandana trick to, you know, allow us to lay down as many claymores as we want. We just needed 10 more, so I laid down 10 more. And then crawled over them to pick up those 10. And since it doesn't count those as having come out of our inventory, thanks to the bandana. I was gonna say, why is the... Oh, it's because I was crouched. Okay. So we are all full on everything now. Oh, there's still a lot of dust in the air down here in my little office area. Viewers may recall the saga of me trying to set up a at-home photo studio, giving myself a sinus infection and multiple asthmatic episodes.
Nothing here.
Because I forgot to wear a mask while I was cleaning up down here. I'm still suffering for it, by the way. I had to stop and get eye drops today because I could not deal with the allergies. Yeah, for the last few days, my left eye has felt like something has just been jabbed into it. I'm really hoping I don't have to go to the eye doctor, because I am a wimp when it comes to having anything near or on or even next to my eye. Like, no, I can't stand it. Follow the tracks.
Huh?
Go ahead. Okay. So I'm hoping if I just, regularly over the next couple days, flush my eye with some eye drops, whatever dust particles or whatever I've gotten in my eye are flushed out. As for the studio itself, like, that's coming along nicely. I just have to decide how I want my lights set up. And then actually hang a backdrop. Find my subjects. And, set up my camera. But I'm waiting to set up the camera until more dust settles, and I may actually have to resort to buying an air purifier just to get more of the dust out of the air before that's gonna happen, because there is still a lot of dust. There's still a lot of dust in the air. And one thing you don't want to expose your brand new camera to is a whole lot of dust. Like any electronic device, you don't want to expose it to dust, but particularly the brand new and expensive digital camera that I bought. I do not want to expose that to a bunch of dust. Not before I've had a real chance to play with it, anyway. Alright, this is going to be a mono-a-mono fight. I should have saved, shouldn't I? I should have saved. I can still save, I bet.
Stealth camouflage? Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What? What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
Oh, the classic guy is such a wuss, he pees his pants.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
Oh, I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy this moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to battle with you.
What is it? Revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. All right then. Watch from your box seat.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
If you have a question about members of Foxhound, you should ask Naomi.
I'm sorry, but there's no one in Foxhound like that. There are currently only 6 members of Foxhound. Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Vulcan Raven, Decoy Octopus, Revolver Ocelot, and finally, Liquid Snake. The Genome soldiers under his command are next-generation special forces. Foxhound is intended to be a small number of highly elite, hand-picked soldiers.
You're talking about the current Foxhound, right?
Yes,
Snake, who or what is that thing? Is he an enemy or not?
That's what I'd like to know. Naomi, you really don't have any idea?
maybe I should ask you the same thing.
What?
Nothing. Forget about it.
He is, of course, lying to us.
He's just playing with you. Why don't you try throwing away your weapons?
Look at him move. He must have some kind of powered exoskeleton.
Powered exoskeleton? You mean like prosthetic arms and legs?
No, there is a fundamental difference. Prosthetics are intended to compensate for lost body limbs. The exoskeleton replaces human flesh with machinery to produce a weapon more powerful than a mere human.
A war machine, huh?
I heard rumors about the experiments, but I had no idea that such a creature really existed.
Snake, you can't use your radar. It's confused by all of the radio interference. That ninja is giving off some kind of electrical energy. Win, Snake, win!
Sure.
Ninja? I've never heard of any member of Foxhound like that. But you're gonna have to do something about him if you want to save Dr. Emmerich.
Helpful. No response. I wonder why. Because we're fighting him. Start plus A to exit. Sure. Snake, I'm gonna need you to move quicker. Quicker than that, please. Oh, why are you smoking? Put that away. Snake, you're getting your butt kicked by a ninja. By a dude in ninja pajamas. Oh, sucker punch, huh? So you just enjoy having your butt kicked, huh? Okay. I mean... Hey, sucker punch.
That's it. I remember that punch.
Sure.
Do you remember, Snake? The feel of battle. The
Here's the part where it gets tedious, because every time he kneels down like that, I can't do anything to him. I just have to wait for him to throw that punch, be out of its way. Try to come at him from the side. If I can get in 3 hits, though, it goes quicker. We would have had him that time. There we go. Now you're done for. You're done, sir. It's over. Now he's gonna freak out.
Killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. Is it over?
But I still don't entirely understand what he's doing there.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You yourself in Zanzibar land.
Yes. He should have been killed, but he's still alive.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
It happened right after you retired. My predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
And where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar land.
And that was Gray Fox?
But he was already dead.
And you're just now remembering all of this.
But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I've ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
No.
The record said he died in an accident.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I can tell, he didn't know who he was.
You're saying he's just living off his will to fight?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not, but maybe that's what he wants. How long are you gonna stay in there?
Huh? Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform's different from theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Rex chief engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh. So you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh. Well, at least you're not one of them.
Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar! I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
Aren't they just trying to use the TMD missile module to launch a disabled nuclear warhead?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly with the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
Well, it sounds like they informed you of what it's equipped with.
You said.
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but that's not all, I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using NOVA and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So, this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launch that thing? No. Damn! Damn! I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father? He was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind. But in the end, I was the one being used. Using science for peace? That's only in anime.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower. But it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the base's control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too. Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close. There she is. Oh no! Damn, they spotted me!
Meryl, what happened? Something's wrong.
Did you hear something?
Points for the Mario and Yoshi cameo.
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists. If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
Ooh, 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? You get all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. Just glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. An otaku is a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
Yeah, that's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has progressed because there is war. And because of scientists' greed, weapons of mass destruction were born. But that's all over. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Sure.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Well, all right then. Our own stealth. We have Mario and Yoshi over here. It's not the only little Easter egg, though. I don't know if you noticed, but over here, there's a GameCube and Wavebird, and on the screen, that before it was smashed, you could see the system menu for the GameCube. Smashed now, though, so you can't see it. But before the fight with Ninja, it was there. Alright, so we have a level 4 clearance security card. See what kind of trouble that opens up for us. Someone's really got to clean up this hallway mess, you know? Now that's proper waste of time. So what do we pick up there? Night vision goggles. I don't know how useful those are actually going to be, but they may come in handy. Anyway, new card. That unlocks a few doors. So our first order of business is to go see what we can get from those doors, because you never know what little treats you're gonna find.
Is there somebody there?
Nope. Nobody here. Nobody here but us oranges.
That's all there is to load? To the heliport, huh?
I know, I didn't kill any of those guys this time. It was just starting to feel unfair.
Nothing here.
What's funny is they can't hear me clunking around up here in the vents. But if I walk too loudly on the catwalk, they gonna hear that. Running.
Nothing here.
Super stealthy. Like, just the stealthiest of stealth. First floor basement was the holding cells. We want to go to the armory. BSG-1 is located in there. C4. The Nikita. I mean, it's nice that they have it all labeled for you. I can't remember if this was the... I think this might have been the room for the digital camera. But since we already have it, we can't pick it up again. Because we already have it. His body is still there. His body is gone. It's awfully suspicious. Just crawling along. Ninja roll. Alright, so I already went in the basement. That's where we got the night vision goggles. Gee, I wonder which one is her.
Don't move. That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
Apparently we didn't give you enough time to put pants on, though.
Meryl.
There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake. Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Same smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I'm a fan of Foxhound way back, when guys like you and my uncle were in it. None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison. One or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a guy who can only find meaning on the battlefield. There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right. And you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life. No ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield, the only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You can't stop loving war. Is it the same for all soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
My Kodak was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this?
I mean, like this specifically, or...
Anyway, how did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you got a great butt.
Butt? Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
Not exactly
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's gotta stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear, or...
We override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
I heard that Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north of here.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Now she's gonna be all mopey.
Got it. I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I've always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was wrong. It wasn't really my dream. My father, he was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
And so, you became a soldier.
I thought I was, until today. But now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself. Afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know...
Take a good look. You won't be seeing mirrors for a while. There won't be any chances to wash your face, either.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. You lose, you die a dog's death.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a 50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
So I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Now you treat me like a woman?
Come on, use my 45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra. If we're gonna go north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers. The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
It looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Okay, let's go.
Was.
I know this place
Not
better
anymore.
than you. I'll be point man. Follow me. That's strange. There's no guard.
What happened to the music?
I'll keep a lookout. Make sure you're ready, okay? What? What is it? Why are you staring at my...
You can piss her off, by the way. It's fun. All right. Need to get the tranquilizer gun. No idea who that was. They didn't give me a chance to answer either. All right, let's see here. We have Pentazemin. We have the PAL card. Level 5 key card. A nuke building box. It's not going to let us use the elevator, though, to go back, because we have an escort. So the only way out is through. It also means kind of back-to-back boss fights as well.
My head. Oh, it hurts.
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake.
I think that was some weird localization.
What happened?
I'm fine.
Sure you are. You seem fine. I think she's having a stroke.
Okay. Let's go. Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Apparently we can't switch the ports yet.
Do you like me?
What the?
Awkward.
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Hurry. Please, make love to me. Snake, I want you.
Who's that?
You don't like girls?
Snake, Meryl's not herself. Don't use your weapon.
It's Psycho Mantis. He's controlling Meryl. That tune is his mind control music.
Don't use your weapon. Try to knock her out.
We're off to a great start. Great start. Great start.
Useless woman.
Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
You doubt my power. Now, I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I am Psychomantis. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. It's useless. I told you, I can read your every thought. You are a very methodical man. The type that always kicks his tires before he leaves. You are a highly skilled warrior, well suited to this stealth mission. You are extremely careful of traps. You are either very cautious, or you are a coward. Still don't believe me? Now I'll read more deeply into your soul. I see that you enjoy Nintendo games. You like Silicon Knights games, don't you? So, you like adventure games? Did you enjoy playing Eternal Darkness?
I did, actually, yes.
You seem to like The Legend of Zelda, don't you?
Why, yes I do.
You like action games? You've been playing Super Mario Sunshine, haven't you?
Yep.
Oh, so you've played Super Smash Bros. Melee before?
True.
You have not saved very often.
No, I have
You
not.
are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good.
Little fourth wall breaking.
Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone.
For those of you not in the room with me, what's happening is the vibration function of the controller is causing it to jump around a little.
What do you think now? Can you feel my power? The demonstration is over.
Yeah, no, you're not on fire. I have switched to port 2. Do want to grab that, though. Oh, sure. We'll run right into that one up. Beat you to death. You can't. Did I switch the ports, dummy? I did switch the ports again, by the way. I don't know if it was required, but he seemed to pick up on the fact that I was on a different port. I've never had him do that before, so I switched over to 3 now. Kinda getting my butt kicked. Should not be able to read my mind.
cannot reach you.
Well, there goes all my rations.
But I know your weak points. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out.
Stop! Meryl!
No, it cannot be. No. Not reach you. I cannot reach you. I cannot reach you.
We're almost there. There we go.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake.
Sure, sure.
I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake? Or maybe it's because you like her.
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Oh, really? Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that does not mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
She also seems to have a personal vendetta. Like, what's your deal, lady? I mean, I already know what her deal is, but, you know. Spoilers.
So, you used other... I wasn't able to read the future.
The strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Perhaps so, but I will read your future. To get to Metal Gear's underground maintenance base, you have to go through the hidden door. There's a hidden door behind the bookcase. The overland route. It's blocked by frozen glaciers. Go past the communication towers, then use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the pasts, presents, and futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
Oh, gross.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. We're designed that way. And that is why there is war. But
Because we all like humping?
are different. You're the same as us. We have no past, no future. We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart. My mother died in childbirth, and he despised me for it. I thought my father was going to kill me. That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma. We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen true evil, Snake. Seeing you calms my soul. You're like the boss. No, worse. Compared to you, I'm like a saint. I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in her heart.
A large place?
And getting bigger. But I do not know if your futures lie together. I have a last request.
What is it?
My mask. Put it back on.
Okay.
Like this. Other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world. I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. nostalgic feeling.
Let's go, Meryl.
I'm sorry.
Meryl,
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
if you're going to doubt yourself, I'll leave you here.
You're right.
Don't regret your past. Learn from it. Regrets just make a person weaker.
You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
More complaints?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering...
What? What's the problem now?
Oh, no. Nothing. So tell me, Snake, what's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone, just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Come on, let's go.
Doesn't like to get involved. Is single-handedly trying to save the world from nuclear Armageddon. Sure to launch World War III. But sure. Doesn't like to get involved. Yeah, we'll go with that. Ah, picked up a ration. That's good because I'm gonna need it. Gonna need about 100 of them. That fight kind of kicked my butt a little bit. Not gonna lie. But we managed to survive it. So now would be a good time to save, wouldn't it?
The tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Snake, people don't normally lie with their dying breaths. I think he was telling the truth. Maybe you should believe him. Please, Snake, don't give up.
Sure. I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but, you know. Now I definitely won't because you told me not to.
What are you doing? We've got to get a move on.
I was just seeing if I could go back yet.
Could there be wolves in here?
Nah.
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you
Y'all
know
imagine
so
it.
much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a musher.
I'll take point. Snake, you follow me.
How she already got over there, I don't even know.
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with dogs. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I just got the dogs to leak all over my box. And while that sounds disturbing, allegedly, every time I come through here now, if I want the dogs to just kind of chill out and let me pass without any issue, I should be able to do that by equipping that box. I know, sounds crazy. I don't make the rules. I barely know how to play the game. Except, you know, that I do know how to play the game.
This place is mine. I'll take point again. Stay back, okay?
But the radar isn't working, and since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me. So what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
Try to follow her footprints as best as we can without dying. And now Meryl becomes Swiss cheese. And it takes her way, way too long to understand what the red dot is. I mean, for Christ's sake, dive for cover. You had plenty of time. Yes, blindly fire into the abyss. Because that's always worked.
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl!
I guess I'm a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
Damn!
Shoot me, Snake.
No.
My gun. I can't reach it but myself.
Don't move!
I promised I wouldn't slow you down. I can still help. I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. War is meaningless. Nothing comes out of war. Snake, please, save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me. Don't forget what I said. Now, get out of here.
Really awkward time for a phone call.
Meryl!
Colonel?
Damn! Snake! It's a trap. A sniper's trick to lure you out.
Yeah.
The sniper's waiting for you to go to help Meryl so he can pick you off. Don't do it!
It must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. Doesn't matter to her. She's just watching and waiting for you to expose yourself.
Maybe so, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake, can you see Wolf from where you are?
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's a classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm going to save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Don't you know? There's a tendency toward murder written in your very genes.
So saving someone else's skin is out of the question?
I wouldn't go that far, but...
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm going to save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Not gonna let us go after Meryl's gun, which is unfortunate. Oddly enough, no mines. Puppies. I am wearing the box they peed on. Ashen. Trank gun. Yeah, I'm not gonna answer that. Cause y'all are just gonna be like, hey, go to the thing now. You got a gun. Sure, it's a trank gun. Get out of the locker, Snake. Weirdo. Go in the door. There we go. It's fun how none of them, like, alert the other ones. Yeah, you might be thinking, well, you got yourself a sniper rifle. I mean, sure, it's a trank gun, but surely you could go fight Sniper Wolf now, and absolutely, I absolutely could do that. But Never mind that this box smells like dog pee, and that
Is this all there is to
it's
load?
rather beat up.
To the heliport, huh?
Yeah, I felt like that was a nice touch too. The damage that the box sustains stays with it. Ugh, is this the way I came from? I don't know. Can't see in the dang dark.
Nothing here.
That leads back out into the snow. That's not where we want to go.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
You might be wondering, why am I crawling on the floor? Laser beams. Laser beams. You only gotta worry about it with some of the rooms. like this one.
What was that sound?
I don't know what you could have possibly heard, sir. Certainly wasn't me. Okay, it was me. First floor.
Nothing here. Nothing here.
Be sure it's not back through the water.
Nothing here.
Ugh, where is the exit? There we go. Little noise, mildly suspicious. Random box just showing up out of nowhere, no red flags at all. None. That's why I love this game.
Is this all there is to load? To nuclear warhead storage, huh?
I had to wait and see if he was going to come downstairs. Feel like I'm as prepared as I'm gonna be. These puppies love me now. I mean, they immediately forget how much they love me once I put the box away. mission. I'm not very good at this. Oh, that was a good shot. I should have. I had her. Got her.
I got her.
Good job with Wolf. Is Meryl okay?
I don't know. I don't see her around.
You don't think she's been captured, do you?
Could be. Let's ask Wolf. If she's still alive, I'm going to get some answers.
Snake.
About Meryl. I'm counting on you. Snake, take the underground passage north.
No one's concerned that Sniper Wolf has disappeared and nobody knows where Meryl is. All right, cool.
Don't move!
It's hard to miss when you're this close.
Toss your weapon over here. Slowly. You're a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
A lady sniper, huh?
Don't you know that the majority of the world's great assassins are women? Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at. You are my special prey. Got it? I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it. Until I kill you, you're all I'll think about.
So instead of, you know, killing him right then and there, she's gonna let these yahoos capture him.
Take him away.
Even though she clearly doesn't hold them in high regard. I mean, you saw the whole, you know, smacking that one around, which none of that was necessary.
I want no more accidents like that DARPA chief.
I mean, it's literally all to make these other characters just seem more badass than they are, but, like, it also seems like a lot of foolishness.
Can you hear me, Solid Snake?
He's tougher than I thought.
Do you know who I am? I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole the light from my life. Because of you! Me? Why, I'm the man from whom you stole everything good. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother of dark.
Do you need his genetic information too?
Yes. I want a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the Genome Soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites. Every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right. That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
Sure is.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. It's me. Really? Then what? Those idiots! All right, Raven. I'll be right there. They're not responding to our demands. We'll launch the first one in 10 hours as planned.
Damn Americans.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny. Normally, the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got something up their sleeves.
So it's come down to it, has it? We're gonna launch that nuke and write it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations. You're in charge here, Ocelot.
What about you? Want to stay for the show?
I'm not interested. It's time to feed the family.
So, you prefer your wolves to my show, hmm?
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the Chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I didn't think a pencil pusher like him would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead. We've also got to find out what killed Baker and Octopus. We're short-handed, so make this little torture show of yours as short as possible.
Torture? This is an interrogation.
As you wish. See you later, brother.
Tomato, tomato. If you're using torture during your interrogation, it counts as torture.
Your woman is still in this world.
Meryl.
Down! Catch you later, handsome.
Once she picks a target, she doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes she even falls in love with them before she kills them. Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
Glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have a lot of faith in your skill, carrier boy?
Huh? So, Metal Gear is armed with a new type of nuclear warhead, huh?
Why don't you go ask Campbell for the full story?
The Colonel.
By the way, you got an optical disc from President Baker, didn't you?
What if I did?
Is that the only disk? There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy? If not, that's fine.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead. Yet. Thanks to Wolf's whim. But it's up to you if you want her to stay that way. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Hell if I know.
I see. No problem then. We're going to play a game, Solid Snake. And we'll find out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear, just give up and your suffering will end. But if you do, the girl's life is mine. Press the resist button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the surrender button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Don't even think about using auto-fire, or I'll know. Snake, it's been a long time since you saved your game.
Not that long.
So what? If your body can't survive the torture, it'll be game over. You really want to travel down that long road again? Come on, I won't tell. Why don't you just give up? I'm going to run a high-voltage electric current through your body. If it's just for a short time, it won't kill you. Did you know that it was the French who first thought of using electrical shocks as a means of torture?
Hey, French films are all right, but I don't care about that crap.
You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage. There's no Geneva Convention. No one is coming to save you. Starting to feel a little scared? Good. You should be. Okay, let's get started. How did you like that?
Wasn't bad.
Go again?
Sure.
Had enough yet? Oh, we're not finished yet. You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. You're the boss's brother, all right. Your brother. He's an amazing man. Who else could shoot down 2 F-16s with a chopper? The Les Enfants Terribles project was not a total failure. He is the one man who could make my dream into a reality.
Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief. What a stench.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better.
How's Meryl?
They got her.
Damn.
Colonel.
Okay. I know. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it? You knew it all along, didn't you? Why did you try to hide it?
I'm sorry.
Can't tell the grunts, huh? You've changed a lot. Metal Gear, secret advanced nuclear weapons research. Does the White House know about this? How deep does it go?
As far as I know, as of yesterday, the President had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need-to-know basis. Is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the President and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
I get it. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2, or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the President's reputation, and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So, you turned to Black Ops. Convenient.
Please, Snake, just stop them.
To serve your interests?
Because we're relying on you.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before, I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see...
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about.
The President has adopted a firm public stance vis-a-vis bioethics. We don't want the existence of the Genome Army to go public.
And that's the only reason? The hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Poor man.
But it's strange. He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out, too.
Drained?
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right. But he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
Something in his blood that they wanted?
I doubt it. Just the nanomachines in the transmitter.
Did the chief tell them his detonation code?
I'm afraid so. It looks like they've got both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
Damn. Is there any way to prevent it?
It seems there's some type of emergency override device that can cancel out the detonation code. It's a countermeasure that Arms Tech installed secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the other 2 are. Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. I'm sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower. Also...
What? Meryl, right?
Yeah.
I'll save her.
Thanks.
Sure. Sure. Just, you know. Forgot what Otacon's codec frequency is. 141.12.
Otacon, are you still okay?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth camouflage, that is.
I have a favor to ask. I need your help.
I was wondering when you'd ask. What should I do?
I've been captured. I'm locked up here in this cell.
What cell?
There's a big torture machine nearby.
Okay, I know it. It's close. I'll be there right away.
Thanks.
Snake, are you okay? I feel so scared for you. It must be horrible.
I've been through a lot worse. Believe me.
Wow, you really are a hero. It's a good thing the codec is connected directly to your inner ear. You can contact us anytime. It's always nice to hear that you're all right. Why don't you contact the Colonel? If anyone can think of a way out, it's him.
We don't exactly trust the Colonel at the moment.
Please, Snake, don't give up.
But sure. Try talking to Campbell again.
Snake, don't worry. You'll have a chance to escape. Hang on.
Yeah, that was useful.
Normally, when a soldier is taken prisoner, he should only give up the big four. That's name, rank, serial number, and date of birth. But you're not any old soldier, Snake. I don't want you to tell them anything. Fortunately, you're strong enough to resist.
Just because you're locked up does not mean there is no chance of escape. Keep your eyes and ears open, and when you see a chance, take it.
Oh, damn, I caught a cold. That witch, she took my clothes.
Hey. Hey. Shut up in there, will ya? What are you playing around with? Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
Alright.
Okay, I'll tell you once more. Press the resist button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the surrender button to submit.
Sure.
When your life reaches 0, the game is over.
Sure.
There are no continues, my friend.
Uh-huh.
I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Chad. Among the Mujahideen guerrillas, I was known and feared as Shalashaska.
Sounds like a stupid name.
I was trained by the Russian GRU.
Sounds like a stupider name.
I'm not like one of those KGB slugs. To me, this isn't torture. It's a sport.
You're
Very
all
weird
just a
game.
bunch of sadists.
Don't confuse me with those uniformed fools. Well,
Well, you're still a sadist. I mean, you're literally just a sadist.
How did you like that?
That was fun. Let's do it again.
Shall we go again?
One more time for good measure.
Oh, we're not finished yet.
I think you're just on the verge of cracking me. Ah, see, you just about had me.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think.
You sure? You want to go one more?
We live in a sad age. Imperialism, totalitarianism, perestroika. 20th century Russia has had its share of problems, but at least they had an ideology. Russia today has nothing.
They're struggling between freedom and order, and with that struggle, a new spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government. He's currently the head of Spetsnaz. He's agreed to purchase this new nuclear weapons system. The Hind was just a down payment.
So, you're in this for the money?
I don't need money. I want Russia to be reborn, to lead a brave new world order.
You dress like a cowboy, but you root for Russia. Sounds like every member of the GOP. Oh, didn't know we were going to get political on this one, did ya? Ba-dum-cha.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah. Nothing new to report.
Snake, is there anything I can do?
Yeah, my arm hurts.
Poor Snake. I'll increase the level of painkillers in your blood. Snake, put the controller up against your arm.
What?
Don't worry. It'll feel good.
Huh?
Okay, here I go. How does that feel, Snake? A little better?
A shiatsu massage. How did you do that?
I stimulated your muscle fibers with the nanomachine cilia. That's about all I can do for you.
Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No, wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss?
There was no way you could know. It happened in Zanzibar land 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth.
Yep.
Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I
Touched
know.
the keyboard this time, which is where I have the
Yep.
the dongle plugged in for the Gamecube. And apparently that was enough to interrupt the signal.
Yeah. That's the trauma of my life. Just like Mantis said.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
you know, he's hanging around.
Snake. Is there a woman in your life?
After you've been through as many wars as me, it's hard to
Only
trust
see him every
anyone.
once in a while.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're still calling me friend?
Is that it?
No, there was another. Frank Yeager.
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did. In Zanzibar land. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of outer heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No. We never talked about our personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time I saw him on the battlefield, we were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield. I know it sounds strange to most people, but we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
It makes no sense. Just violence, murdering each other.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed toward violence.
You really like talking about genes. Naomi, why did you get into genetic research anyway?
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
I thought if I could thoroughly understand DNA, I could get back my identity. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
Oh, my stomach! Damn it!
Hey, I'm here.
Where?
It's me.
Otacon.
Wow. They even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go. That hurts.
Hurry up.
Snake, is that how you ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez. It's like an animal's cage. What a smell.
Yeah, 'cause of him.
Hi! It's the DARPA chief.
If you don't hurry up and get me out of here, I'll be laying next to him.
Those bastards. This lock won't open with a security card. You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here, then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt
real
her.
peach.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well, that's all I can do.
They're planning to launch a nuke. I've got to stop them.
Then you'll have to get past the communications tower.
First, you have to get me out of here.
Come on, I'm trying my best.
That guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break. I'm no soldier. I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed.
He's coming back.
Oh, geez. He's coming back. See you later.
And he just noped right the hell out.
Oh, that's better.
What the hell?
Food. And that is how you properly break out of prison. Time bomb.
That was a close one, Snake.
Ocelot, you'll pay for that.
Just making sure we have all the things we want. Do I have the level 6? Yes, I have level 6 card key. Locker. Yeah, I don't think Johnny's getting back up. How do I know his name is Johnny? Because that's what his dog tag said when I stole them. No, but for real though, like that's That's Johnny. He's notorious for being terrible. Do I need rations? Yep. I don't recall there being grenades under there earlier. But there certainly are grenades under there now. Anyway. By not succumbing to torture and, escaping, we have saved Meryl's life. I know, weird that that's how it works, but I don't make the rules. All I know is now they can't kill her for reasons. My video froze again. What the heck? Did my dongle suddenly decide to break? There we go. I don't know what tripped it that time. Or that time. Seriously, what gives? Nope, you're imagining things. And now my phone's losing its little mind. What is your problem? Yeah. I really gotta go through and turn off notifications for apps that I really don't care about the notifications for. I mean, there's a lot of things I need to do to my phone, like filtering out apps that I really am not using as often as I thought I might. I also gotta sign back into my Instagram. Apparently the app updated or something and signed me out, and so now every time I'm thinking I'll open it up and see if there's anything new on Instagram, I have to log in, and I'm like, nah, never mind. If you can make me put in my password and whatnot, I'm just not gonna bother right now. Doesn't mean that much to me. And genuinely, it doesn't mean that much to me. But I should probably sign back into it at some point. Or uninstall it. But there's a few other apps that I could probably get rid of. Most of them are for, like, ordering food for restaurants that I don't even have here in my hometown. There's, like, 2 restaurants I can order food from. Anyway, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, but I think we're also getting close to hitting the change disc mark. And I feel like that would be a good spot to save. And I got started a bit early, so we've still got a little bit of time here before I have to worry about calling it, so I can get some lunch before I have to go get the boy from school. It's his last day for the week, so tomorrow he'll be home. But tomorrow we're just playing Breath of the Wild, so I don't really have to worry about, like, the content. Not that I'm worried about the content from this game. He's seen this game before. I mean, he's seen most of the games I own. And he's 16. Can't shelter him forever. And that said, I'm not trying to expose him to anything overly horrifically violent. I mean, this game can be violent, but The main premise of it is to kind of try to avoid as much violence as you can. Would you go in the thing? Okay, so what did we get in there? Body armor. Which reduces damage we receive by half. Very handy. Not entirely necessary, though. But still, very handy. Especially in some of the upcoming parts where we're not really going to have a chance to avoid the fight. There's a lot of times we can avoid a fight. Unfortunately, there aren't going to be times in the very near future where we're not going to be able to avoid a fight. And we're also not going to be able to avoid taking damage. Good as we are, we're just going to have to take a hit. And body armor's good for that. Cold medicine. Very soon, we're going to find the stinger. I just can't remember if they have to change out the disc before or after that fight. I think it's before that fight, though. Don't know why we still have creepy, ominous music and stuff going on here. Dude's dead. Like, he ain't coming back. Pretty sure. Dude has been murdered. Dogs, they want to murder me as soon as I take my box off. Calm down, Cujo. Dramatic moment.
I can still help. I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. War is meaningless. Nothing comes out of war. Snake, please, save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me.
Snake, about Meryl.
Colonel, I'm sorry.
Listen to me.
I wasn't able to protect her.
Snake, she's a soldier. She knows that prisoners are a part of war. She joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
No, you're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard. It's all my fault.
That's not like you, Snake.
Master? What is it?
Sorry for eavesdropping, but I couldn't just listen anymore.
Master.
Snake, you can have regrets if you want to. It's only natural. But you can't keep attacking yourself for things that happened in the past. Nothing good will come from that.
He's right. Don't kick yourself. It doesn't suit a legend like you. I'm sure Meryl's just fine.
Mei Ling.
Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid. That's what Meryl would want too.
You're right. Meryl would say the same thing.
Snake.
What?
Meryl. She's pretty special to you, huh?
Well, Yeah, special. There aren't many tomboys like her.
That's not what I meant.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No, I just...
I guess it's in the genes.
The genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes. He was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the Mafia.
When was that?
Sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi? I thought that you didn't have any family.
I researched it after I became an adult. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake. Good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
Anybody else find it weird that Miller was just able to drop in on that channel all of a sudden? Like, he's on a completely different frequency. How is he even able to get to that channel? To tell you how. It's not.
You called, Snake? The Chinese say it is the strong swimmer who most often drowns. It's because the strong swimmer overestimates his abilities and underestimates the strength of the river. You're probably quite used to the mission now, but don't get careless.
And now we follow directions.
You called, Snake?
And I know I just saved, but, like, I also forgot that I was just about to have to change discs. It's been a while since I played.
There's a Chinese proverb. The mind cannot be in two places at once. Make sure you're not thinking of something else during the mission, okay?
Like you're somehow now the man. All these women are, for some reason, super into you, and like it's highly inappropriate. That is not what I chose. This is that part I was talking about. It's kind of hard to avoid damage here. You're going to get shot. Best to just have the body armor.
Snake, that's the door to the walkway.
It won't open, even if I use the card.
Huh? Oh, that's right. I totally forgot.
Do you know something?
That door sometimes gets frozen shut because it's so cold outside.
Next time, tell me beforehand. So what should I do?
It's impossible to open from the inside. They always used C4 or something from the outside.
From the outside? You can't open it from the inside?
Sorry, it's impossible. But don't worry, you'll get through. There are 2 walkways that connect Tower A and Tower B. The other one's on the roof. You should just use the walkway on the roof.
Sure. Just trying to get to the roof. Y'all can leave me the hell alone. not how any of that would work, by the way. The physics there? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Damn. What?
Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
Liquid?
You're not going any farther. Die!
It's a long way down. If only I had a rope.
You mean like the rope that you picked up as we were running from the
Use that
soldiers?
rope I got.
What are you going to do? Take on a hind with your bare hands?
Sure, why not? I mean, took on a tank with a handful of grenades.
If I stay here, I'm finished.
So, use the rope.
Here's how to repel. Press the A button to kick away from the wall. While away from the wall, push down on the control stick to descend. If you kick off the wall while pushing the control stick left or right, you make a large jump in that direction. You can walk slowly across the wall if you press and hold the B button. To move a little at a time in a certain direction, push the control stick while holding the B button. If you're careful with the timing, you should be able to dodge the gunfire from behind while you rappel down. If anyone can do it, you can, Snake.
As you can see, we ended up not really using all of that much stamina, but had we chosen to stay up there and try to mess around collecting rations, and now we're back in the communications tower, where they shot at us a lot. Why'd you run back inside? Because they touched you? Now, I suppose there is a way we can do this properly, but... Bridge clear. And also I wasted a whole bunch of bullets. Yeah. Oh well. It's not like there's not going to be a million opportunities to pick up more ammo. How did you even see me? Stinger. Stinger bullets. Although that should be Stinger missiles. I mean... seriously. Probably don't want to go that way then.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot! It's me, Snake. Otacon, how'd you get here?
Still wondering why we shouldn't shoot.
Well, it wasn't as dramatic as your entrance, believe me. I'm afraid of heights.
You were watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was riding in the back of their truck, thanks to the stealth camouflage.
How did you get up here?
The elevator, of course.
The first floor of the circular staircase was destroyed.
That's why I took the elevator.
The elevator was working?
Yeah, that's right. You're incredible. Like a movie hero or something.
No.
Sure.
You're wrong. In the movies, The hero always saves the girl.
You mean Meryl? Sorry. Forget I said anything. Snake, there's something I've really got to ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever loved someone?
Oh, jeez, this again?
That's what you came to ask.
No,
Look, man, we already told
I was wondering
Meryl
if even
and Sniper
soldiers
Wolf
fall in love.
and Naomi
What are
and
you
Mei
trying
Ling
to say?
were not interested.
Do you think love can bloom even on a
Inappropriate.
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I have a favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, it'll be easy.
I told you before, I won't hurt anyone.
I don't want you to.
Okay.
The elevator is stopped down there. I want you to get it to move. You see?
That's weird.
It was working before, but now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix it?
It was working before. If it's the mechanism, leave it to me.
I've got to go and swat a noisy fly.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort. Good luck.
You really look like hell. Are you okay?
Don't worry. If I do this, it doesn't matter. I just pretend like I'm not here. And then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting on you.
Still think we should have shot him. You know, I get the feeling they're real paranoid about their home security. Okay, let's see here. Rations for life, and Yeah, we'll take care of this guy and then we'll call it. Nice dramatic finale for today's episode. And since we probably won't be coming back to playing Metal Gear for a while, this is a good way to end it. I mean, we will come back to this eventually. But we're going to be playing Metroid for a while. We just needed a week off to mentally cleanse, so we'd stop dreaming about it at least.
So, the snake's finally come out of his hole. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I mean, y'all are twins.
I'm your shadow.
What?
Ask the father that you killed. I'll send you to hell to meet him.
Ow.
You think you can beat me with that little thing?
Keep forgetting, it also shows up on my SOCOM radar. And I could actually use that to do a better job of tracking it.
Nice shot.
Not like I'm moving, dude. Goodbye.
Eat this!
Again, the physics here, no, absolutely would not make sense.
Come on, fly!
Oh, we broke his little helicopter toy. Dang, you hate when that happens.
Snake!
What?
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Snake, the elevator's working.
You fixed it?
Yay.
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter? That's incredible, Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored.
Yeah. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is towards the back of the snowfield ahead.
Okay, find a safe place to hide out for a while. I'm going underground.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
And stay out of my way. Don't try to be a hero or anything.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
I feel like some of those lines could have been switched and it would have made more sense. Stinger's still full? I don't think there's anything else up here, is there? No, it doesn't look like it. Pretty well leveled, everything. Alright, any further and we end up just falling horribly to our deaths. So, you know, let's, not?
You called, Snake?
All right, folks. That's going to do it for us today. We'll pick this game up sometime down the road when we need another break from whatever franchise we're working on at the time. Next week, though, Monday, we're back to playing Super Metroid on the Nintendo Switch Online service. Tuesday, another episode of the podcast. We missed this past week because sinuses and asthma issues, and yeah, it was just not a good time. But we'll get to that episode we were going to record on Tuesday. This coming Tuesday, Wednesday, another coding session where we dive even further into what we're able to do with JavaScript as we continue building ourselves a little bit of a web page. And tomorrow, Friday, we are back to playing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We have a few more entries yet to complete the compendium. We have a couple more sessions of that game, as we are still going to have a whole session where we just explore glitches and see if we can, mess around with the physics a bit and break something. Trying to think what else we have going on. I think that's it. No public domain horror movies for a while. Probably won't be bringing those back until fall again. We might do a couple during the summer, but for now we're putting that on a pause. I don't get an audience for that ever, so I don't know. I'll see if I can build up my following a little bit more before we return to that. Yeah. Future stuff. I might do a photography tutorial thing, maybe. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I mean, I suppose I could explore, GIMP, Darktable, a couple of those, free open source, photography tools. A lot of people like to pirate, Photoshop. Well, you actually don't need to. There's perfectly adequate tools available for free. We do have to get back to our Python tutorial at some point, so that'll be coming up probably not too much longer. We're still going to do a little bit more with front-end development first, and then we'll go back to Python. But yeah, that's what you can look forward to on this channel. Join us tomorrow for Breath of the Wild. Join us Monday for Super Metroid. And until then, have yourselves a wonderful day, and thanks for watching.